Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Renisha Blake, your moderator for today. We are recognizing International Social Work Month, and the School of Behavioral Sciences, Humanities, and Law welcomes you to its Social Work Symposium. It is truly a pleasure to stand before you this morning as we convene for what is not just an academic exercise, but a critical moment of reflection, dialogue, and forward thinking for the field of social work. Honorable Donovan Williams, MP, Minister of State in the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. Dr. Winston Adams, Group Chairman of the University of the Commonwealth Caribbean. Mrs. Geraldine Adams, Deputy Chairman of the University of the Commonwealth Caribbean. Professor Colin Giles, President of the University of the Commonwealth Caribbean. Professor Bernadette Warner, Deputy Principal of the Commonwealth Caribbean. Professor Dennis J. Gale, Chairman of the UCC Board of Directors. Other members of the Board of Directors, Mrs. Dion Jennings, Acting Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. Professor Sheila M. Paul, Associate Vice President for Academic Affairs at the University of the Commonwealth Caribbean. Dr. Elisa Charles, Dean for the School of Behavioral Sciences, Humanities, and Law at the University of the Commonwealth Caribbean. Don't worry, I'm getting there. Dr. Nicole Scott, lecturer at Michael University. Social work practicum partners that are here today, other specially invited guests, members of the UCC Executive Council, heads of departments, students and staff, ladies and gentlemen, top of the morning to you all. Now, before we get into the meat of the matter today, what I must say to you is that we are here, right, for this 2026 Social Work Symposium hosted by the University of the Commonwealth Caribbean. And we're gathered not just as scholars and practitioners, but as architects of social transformation and as solutions engineers in our respective fields. And just to set the tone, the University of the Commonwealth Caribbean's annual Social Work Symposium is designed by the School of Behavioral Sciences, Humanities, and Law to commemorate International Social Work Month. The symposium is a key academic and professional forum that brings together social work practitioners, policymakers, academics, students, and development partners to engage in critical dialogue on contemporary social challenges and evidence-based interventions. So, the theme of this event is Reimagining Social Work, Justice, Solidarity, and Shared Responsibility. This practice-oriented forum is geared towards highlighting the critical role of social workers in advancing social justice, human rights, and community well-being. This year's symposium will place particular emphasis on issues including social protection, labor welfare, vulnerable populations, and community development while celebrating the contributions of resilience of social workers. Through keynote presentations, panel discussions, and interactive sessions, participants will critically reflect on practice, realities, policy implications, and future trajectory of social work in an evolving socio-economic landscape. So, as we proceed today, it is important for us to know the objectives. Why are we here to begin with? Well, the objectives of the symposium are to, 1, promote awareness of the role and impact of social work in addressing social inequalities and enhancing human well-being, to provide a platform for knowledge exchange among social work professionals, researchers, and students on current issues, research findings, and best practices, to strengthen professional competence by exposing participants to innovative interventions, tools, and approaches in social work practice. To support student development, right, and we see a lot of students here, by providing opportunities for learning, networking, and professional socialization. To encourage interdisciplinary collaboration among stakeholders in education, health, justice, and community development sectors. And finally, to celebrate and recognize the contributions of social workers and their commitment to ethical practice and social transformation. So that is why we're here today. And as we say in Jamaica, one cocoa, full basket. Transformation does not happen overnight. It happens through consistent collective efforts. Every intervention, every case managed, every youth redirected contributes to the broader fabric of national development. At this time, we now invite Dr. Leith Donald Tomlinson, Dean of the College of Occupational and Applied Studies, to offer the invocation.
Good morning. Another big good morning. Good morning. Yes, we have to give the Lord thanks for this awesome opportunity that we can gather here together for this symposium. Father, as we come here this morning, Lord, we acknowledge you as the sovereign Lord. We know undoubtedly, Lord, that there's no God like you. Father, I know that today, Lord, that your presence will make a difference. We ask, oh God, that everything that will be done in order. Father, we give you thanks, Lord, for the minds that have come together, Lord, to put on this awesome symposium. We know it's not easy. And more so, Lord, we thank you, Lord, for the persons in this room, Lord, who have committed themselves to a profession of helping other persons. Lord, you spoke about that in the book of Luke chapter 10 when we look at the story of the Good Samaritan. And the question was asked, who is thy neighbor? And so, Lord, as these persons are gathered here today to reimagine, Lord, social work, I pray, God, that they will look from it from a perspective, Lord, that you would examine it from. We thank you, Lord, for the leadership of this institution, Lord, as we continue to empower persons with the necessary skills to add value to this beautiful island of Jamaica. We thank you, Lord, for our guest speaker, Lord, who has committed his time and effort to be here today. We thank you once again for what will be an amazing day. In your precious name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Dr. Tomlinson, for setting the tone so beautifully. May we all now stand for the playing of the national anthem. You may be seated. I now invite Professor Sheila Paul, Associate Vice President of Academic Affairs, to deliver the welcome, followed by Professor Colin Giles, President of the University of the Commonwealth Caribbean, who will bring greetings. Professor Paul.
Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, staff and students, ladies and gentlemen. It is with immense honor and heartfelt gratitude that I bring you greetings from our founders, Dr. Winston Adams, OD, JP, Group Executive Chairman, and Mrs. Geraldine Adams, Deputy Group Executive Chair, Chancellor Professor John McIntyre, our Pro-Chancellors, His Excellency Dawood El Shazawi and Professor Anthony Clayton, CD, the UCC Board of Directors, our Executive Council, leadership teams, staff, and students. I welcome you all to this significant occasion, our annual Social Work Symposium. We are indeed privileged to be joined by leaders and advocates whose work continues to shape the social, academic, and community landscapes of our nation. Allow me to recognize and extend a warm and respectful welcome to the Honorable Donovan Williams, MP, Minister of State in the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. Mrs. Diane Jennings, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. Professor Colin Giles, PhD, CD, President, University of the Commonwealth Caribbean. Professor Bernadette Warner, PhD, Deputy President, University of the Commonwealth Caribbean, who is online. Ms. Anisha Edwards, Children's Officer from the Child Protection and Family Services Agency. Dr. Renisha Blake, Lead Data Scientist and Manager, Ministry of National Security and Peace, and our Master of Ceremonies for today. Ms. Davion Mitchell, Program Officer, National Council for Senior Citizens. Ms. Annette Richards, Counseling Psychologist, BAM Counseling Center. Dr. Nicole Scott, Lecturer, Mico University College. Ms. Shanta Swaby, Deputy Manager, Safe Spot, Office of the Children's Advocate. Ms. Opal Bailey, Caring Resource Manager, Mustard Seed Communities. And Dr. Alicia Charles, Dean, School of Behavioral Sciences, Humanities and Law, our host school for this event. Your presence here today is a wonderful reminder that progress is never achieved in isolation. It is through collaboration between government, academia, civil society, and community organizations. It is through these mechanisms that we truly address the challenges facing our people. Each of you brings unique insights, experiences, and expertise that enrich this dialogue and strengthen our collective resolve as we reimagine social work through justice, solidarity, and shared responsibility. Today, we gather not only to share knowledge and perspectives, but also to reaffirm our collective commitment to building a society that is just, compassionate, and forward-looking. This gathering represents the convergence of diverse expertise, united by a common vision of progress and human dignity. It is more than a meeting of minds. It is a call to action. It is an opportunity to reflect on the present issues of our time: child protection, social security, education, community resilience, and national security, and to chart a path forward that is inclusive and sustainable. Together, we can ensure that the vulnerable are safeguarded, the youth are empowered with opportunities, and the elderly are honored and cared for with dignity. As we embark on today's program, let us embrace the spirit of partnership and innovation. Let us challenge ourselves to think boldly, to act decisively, and to remain steadfast in our pursuit of equity and justice. May our discussions today inspire policies and practices that uplift, initiatives that transform, and collaborations that endure. I encourage each of us to engage wholeheartedly, to share your wisdom, and to forge connections that will extend beyond this event. Let us leave here not only with ideas, but with commitments. Commitments to action, to advocacy, and to service. Once again, welcome. Thank you for lending your voices, your expertise, and your passion to this important occasion. Together, let us continue to build a brighter, more compassionate future for all. I warmly welcome you all.
Thank you, Professor Sheila Paul, for that hearty welcome, and also our Master of Ceremonies. I'd like to adopt the protocols that have been previously established, you having been thoroughly welcomed. But I'd like to give a few remarks, and in so doing, I'd like to acknowledge Honorable Minister Donovan Williams, Minister of State in the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, Mrs. Dion Jennings, Acting Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, Dr. Winston Adams, Group Chairman of the University of the Commonwealth Caribbean, Mrs. Geraldine Adams, Deputy Chairman of the University of the Commonwealth Caribbean, other distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all, good morning. It is indeed my pleasure to join in welcoming you to this very important occasion. The University of the Commonwealth Caribbean's second symposium, annual symposium on social work. Today's gathering is both timely and significant as we join the global community in commemorating International Social Work Month, a period dedicated to recognizing the invaluable contributions of social workers and reflecting on the evolving role of the profession in shaping just and resilient societies. This year's theme, Reimagining Social Work, Justice, Solidarity, and Shared Responsibility, challenges us not only to reflect, but to act. It calls for re-examination of how we engage with some of the most pressing social issues of our time, and how we collectively can contribute to meaningful and sustainable solutions. At UCC, we are committed to fostering education that is not only academic, but also socially responsive and impact-driven. This symposium reflects that commitment by creating a space where research, practice, and policy intersect, allowing for meaningful dialogue and the exchange of ideas that can influence real-world outcomes. We are are pleased to welcome a diverse group of participants, including practitioners, policymakers, academics, students, and development partners. And I'm very heartened to see our students who are here, because this is for you. You are a part of the change, and what is shared with you comes from the experience, the practice that will shape your own experience as you go into the world of work or as you continue to higher heights in your profession. Your presence, ladies and gentlemen, all, underscores the importance of collaboration. Social challenges are multifaceted, and addressing them requires shared responsibility across sectors and disciplines. We also want to take time to recognize our social workers in particular. Individuals whose resilience, compassion, and commitment continue to drive social transformation, often under challenging circumstances. We understand because some of us have been there and have had the benefit of social work intervention. Those of us who have not personally experienced it, we have loved ones, friends, relatives, persons in our social circles and in the community who have benefited from the intervention of social workers. And so we want to salute our social workers. As we engage in today's sessions, I encourage you to participate actively. Share your perspectives and consider how the insights gained today can be applied within your respective spheres of influence. So, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the University of the Commonwealth Caribbean, I extend sincere thanks to you all for being here, and to our organizers, speakers, and all participants for contributing to this very important dialogue. I wish you a productive and engaging symposium. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Giles, for those insightful remarks. And, I wonder if the students in the room clock that, because what Prof said is that, we're all change makers in our respectful spaces. So it's not just for the professionals who are here, but it's for the students as well, who are budding scholars and professionals and subject matter experts in your fields as well. Now, before we move into our keynote segment, it is important to situate today's discussion within a broader national and policy context. Social work in Jamaica plays a pivotal role in addressing social inequalities, supporting vulnerable populations, and strengthening community resilience. So when we think about the sectors in society, such as education, labor, justice, and social protection, social workers remain at the front line of intervention and transformation. Increasingly, there's a shift toward integrated and evidence-based approaches, recognizing that complex social challenges require coordinated, multi-sector responses. With that said, it is now my pleasure to invite Dr. Elisa Charles, Dean of the School of Behavioral Sciences, Humanities, and Law, to introduce our distinguished guest speaker for today. Dr. Charles?
Thank you, Dr. Blake. Honorable Donovan Williams, Minister of State in the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, Dr. Winston Adams, Group Chairman of the University of the Commonwealth Caribbean. Mrs. Geraldine Adams, Deputy Chairman of the University of the Commonwealth Caribbean. Professor Colin Giles, President of the University of the Commonwealth Caribbean. Mrs. Dion Jennings, Acting Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. Professor Sheila Paul, Associate Vice President for Academic Affairs at the University of the Commonwealth Caribbean. Our practicum partners who are here with us today, other specially invited guests, students and staff, it is indeed my pleasure to introduce to you today our guest speaker for this symposium. The Honorable Donovan St. L. Williams is an attorney at law and member of Parliament for Central Kingston. He holds a Bachelor of Laws degrees from the University of the West Indies, Barbados, which was obtained in 1999, and completed his legal training at the Norman Manley Law School in 2001. In 2004, he established his private practice, Donovan St. L. Williams and Company. First elected in Parliament in 2020 and re-elected in 2025, Minister Williams has contributed to several key parliamentary committees supporting national policy development and legislative oversight. He is a strong advocate for youth empowerment, community development, and social protection. In his role as Minister of State, he oversees the Jamaica Productivity Center employment programs and social intervention initiatives with a focus on strengthening workforce development and improving the well-being of vulnerable populations. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me to welcome Minister Williams.
And while the Honorable Minister makes his way, if you drove a black Subaru license plate 7424LE, your indicator lights are on.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Charles, for your kind words of introduction. And I'm so happy to be here this morning. As I indicated to Dr. Charles earlier, nothing could have prevented me from turning up this morning, rain or shine, because I believe it is very important, this symposium, to the university and the relevant students. I want to adopt, like President Giles, adopt the protocols previously established, but permit me to recognize President Giles. And President Giles, I want to let you know that you have a good thing going here, because yesterday I was in Parliament at we were part of a joint select committee reviewing the Child Diversion Act. And a young man, his name is Daniel Barnes, I think it's Daniel Barnes, from the University College of the Caribbean, made a spirited presentation to Parliament. And Honorable Delroy Chuck, Minister of Justice, was so impressed. I too was impressed with the young man's presentation and his proposals for reform and legislative support for introducing a child diversion committee in the schools to assist our children who have come into conflict with the law. So when he introduced himself as a young man, and when he introduced himself and said he was from the University College of the Caribbean, I said, I'll be at your school tomorrow. So you should, I want to, congratulate the school and, recognize Mr. Barnes' presentation. In fact, he was asked and put on notice by Minister Chuck that he may be recalled to Parliament to answer some more questions as we delve into his proposal. So Kudos to UCC. I want to recognize Mrs. Dion Jennings, our hardworking permanent secretary in the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. When I say hardworking, I mean it. During Hurricane Melissa, I don't think this lady slept. Post-Hurricane Melissa, I don't think she slept. Because as you know, our ministry was foremost in the post-response, and we are still engaged in post-hurricane response. And I have also I want to recognize the faculty practitioners, all the development partners, students of social work. I want to recognize the board, the chairman, the board of directors of UCC, and all the distinguished guests who are here this morning. Good morning again. Now, when I read the theme of this year's symposium, Reimagining Social Work, Justice, Solidarity, and Shared Responsibility, I did not interpret it as an academic exercise. I saw it as a call to account. Justice, solidarity, shared responsibility. These are not decorative words. They are a direct challenge to every institution, every policymaker, every practitioner, and every student in this room to confront how far we still must go to build a society where no one is left behind. I approach this as someone trained to understand that systems either serve people or fail them. Very often the difference lies not in the law itself, but in how it is administered and experienced. That perspective continues to shape my work as Minister of State in the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, and I want to take this opportunity at this juncture to recognize and to acknowledge, although he's not here, our Minister, the Honorable Pernell Charles Jr., who have been doing tremendous work and who too has not gotten a chance to rest, because as Beryl finished, Melissa came, and so he has not had any chance to break. And so I want to recognize him also. Our ministry sits at the center of this national conversation. Our mandate spans social protection and labor, which includes families requiring urgent support, young people seeking opportunities, and workers who must be assured that their contributions will secure dignity in old age. This is not work that runs parallel to social work. It is shared work. Jamaica is navigating a period of real social complexity. Economic recovery alongside persistent vulnerability and improving our macroeconomic indicators that are not yet felt equally across all communities. So this moment requires us to rethink not just programs, but systems. Social justice as a foundation, it is not an aspiration. Justice must be treated as a foundation, not an aspiration. In social protection, justice is reflected not only in outcomes, but in experience, how people are treated when they seek help. So consider, for example, the program of advancement through health and education, PATH, and most of you are familiar with PATH, the PATH program. It is Jamaica's flagship conditional cash transfer program. It supports over 260,000 beneficiaries across the most vulnerable segments of our population, while promoting school attendance and health compliance. Now, PATH has delivered measurable gains. However, there are opportunities under the PATH transformation. As access challenges remain, because we are currently going through a period of transformation and review, and we do have challenges. We have access challenges remain. We have administrative improvements that are needed in the beneficiary management information systems. The objective is to provide interventions for those who exist outside of the formal systems and programs. We also have the Solidarity Program. Now, this program was designed at the ministry as a policy position by the government. It was designed as a targeted short-term intervention to reach unattached and vulnerable Jamaicans, including unemployed youth, elderly persons without pensions, persons with disabilities, and informal workers. Now, this program provides one-time grants of $20,000 and, importantly, serves as an entry point into broader social protection services. So it's not just a one-off grant. It is a way to introduce vulnerable persons to broader social protective services. So we have to absorb them and bring them into formality and bring them into the system. Its premise is simple. No vulnerable Jamaican should be invisible to the state. And I repeat that. No vulnerable Jamaican should be invisible to the state. Reimagining social work requires us to ask a fundamental question. Do people feel seen or merely processed? Do people feel seen? One social worker put it this way. I became a social worker because I want to give a voice to those who don't feel heard. So justice must be embedded in system design, not left to individual discretion. So, in other words, we have to give a voice to the voiceless. Now, solidarity is perhaps the most urgent pillar. Traditional support systems, extended families, and community networks are under increasing strain. At the same time, vulnerability itself is becoming more complex. Social workers have always embodied solidarity. Solidarity, however, cannot rest on individuals alone. It must be institutional. So the Solidarity Program is meant to connect individuals to path, skills training, and through Heart NSTA Trust, civil documentation services and employment pathways. And yesterday we had a social information fair in the constituency of Central Kingston, where members of the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, Heart NSTA Trust, the relevant tax institutions, provided these civil documentation services and employment pathways. Through community-based outreach initiatives such as the one I speak of, the government is moving closer to its citizens, reducing the burden on vulnerable individuals such as elderly people and persons with disability to navigate complex systems. Now, you may have heard about the ROOFs program, the post-Melissa ROOFs program. So similarly, disaster response interventions such as the ROOFs program, which is the restoration of owner or occupant family shelters, this demonstrates the importance of support following extreme weather events. And these interventions reinforce a simple but powerful principle. Responsiveness builds trust. Our social workers played a critical role in our assessment drive and all our volunteers, and this was extremely important. These interventions reinforce a simple but powerful principle. Responsiveness builds trust. Well, gap remains, and we acknowledge that, yes, there are gaps, particularly among persons with disabilities, unattached youth, and elderly individuals without support systems. Reimagining social work demands that we continually ask, who are we not reaching and why? Who are we not reaching and why? Social protection cannot be delivered by government alone. It must involve all actors: the government, the private sector, civil society, and communities. Now, the ministry's work reflects this dual approach. At the Ministry of Labor, this is the approach we have taken: direct social protection through programs such as PATH, public assistance, and rehabilitation grants; economic participation through labor market interventions, employment programs, skills development, labor standards, and the National Insurance Scheme. Programs that support youth employment and skills training, particularly those developed in partnership with employers and training institutions, are not acts of charity. They are investments in economic participation and long-term resilience. Institutions such as the Jamaica Productivity Center, which is an entity within our ministry, also plays a critical role. Productivity is not only economic, but also social. A secure, skilled, and fairly treated workforce reduces vulnerability and strengthens national resilience. When individuals fall through the cracks, responsibility is rarely singular. A resilient system requires collective ownership, even when that is uncomfortable. So I want to say to you, no system can outperform its workforce. Social workers in Jamaica operate under significant pressure, and we recognize that. They are often managing high caseloads and sometimes with limited resources while navigating the emotional demands of the work. But as we reimagine social work, we must prioritize staffing needs alongside manageable caseloads, strong supervision, and professional support, mental health and psychosocial services, clear career pathways, and professional recognition. In closing, I want to say this moment calls for more than an adjustment. It calls for reimagination, as your symposium indicates. Not a rejection of what exists. So it's not that you're throwing out everything what exists, but a commitment to building systems that are more responsive, more inclusive, and more just. So we are building on the foundation that we have established. The Ministry of Labor and Social Security does not claim to have all the answers. Hey, Madam PS, we do not claim to have all the answers. And we know that UCC is not claiming to have all the answers, but they are making an invaluable contribution. And so we are committed to collaboration with academia practitioners, and communities to strengthen both policy and practice. Justice, solidarity, and shared responsibility are not abstract ideals. They are the foundation of a functioning society. Building that society is a shared duty and priority. I wish you a productive and impactful symposium. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the Honorable Minister for that powerful and forward-thinking presentation. Can we get another round of applause? Now, what we have just heard reinforces a critical truth. Social work, social protection, stability, and security, especially among our vulnerable populations, are not peripheral to development. It is central to it. We must give a voice to the voiceless, as eloquently stated by the Honorable Minister. And I must add that as solutions engineers, we must be responsive, proactive, and continually ask the question, who are we not reaching and why? Policies may set direction, but it is through social work practice and our collective work, that impact is realized at the community level and national development can be achieved. So thank you very much for that keynote speech, Honorable Minister. I now invite Dr. Elisa Charles, Dean in the School of Behavioral Sciences, Humanities and Laws, to present our guest speaker with a token of our appreciation.
Minister Williams, on behalf of the University of the Commonwealth Caribbean, we would like to thank you for this insightful presentation. What the main thing that stuck out to me and would like to reiterate is that no vulnerable Jamaican should feel invisible. And I hope that stick with all the students who are here today and who are looking forward to be involved in social work practice, as well as supporting vulnerable communities outside of actual social work employment, being in that. So we'd like to thank you for the time you've spent to share that, your insights, your wisdom, and of course, your busy schedule allowed you to be here with us. So we're so appreciative of that as well. So this is a token of our appreciation.
Okay, so at this time, based on our program, we should be having a cultural performance at this time by Mr. Jalan Sullivan and Miss Davia Ellis. Are they here? Just checking to see if they're here. If not, they're here? No. All right. So we proceed and then catch up at a later time. So with that said, what we will do then is we're going to move into a transition then, all right? And it is my pleasure as we move into one of the most significant segments of today to introduce the Permanent Secretary from the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, acting, yes? So Mrs. Dion Jennings, that is seated here today, so beautiful, right? She is a distinguished public servant with over 3 decades of service to the government of Jamaica, with a strong focus on social protection, community development, and social intervention. As Chief Technical Director for Social Security in the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, she has provided strategic leadership for major national programs, strengthening institutional frameworks, and advancing social inclusion for vulnerable populations. Her work has supported improved access to assistance and more responsive governance system that better meet citizens' needs. As the ministry's focal point for disability matters, she has championed inclusion and empowerment for persons with disabilities, including the enactment of regulations under the Disabilities Act and the establishment of the Disabilities Right Tribunal. Mrs. Jennings has always contributed to policy and program development through her work with the National Insurance Fund and the Jamaica Council for Persons with Disabilities, consistently promoting equity, dignity, and people-centered development. May I have a round of applause, please, for Mrs. Dion Jennings.
Good morning. I'm wondering who they're talking about. It is my pleasure. It is my pleasure to be here this morning, tired as I am, but please bear with me. I must commend the UCC for this very important symposium because I think it is really timely and it will ensure that we provide the necessary, not just information, but the network, the collaboration, and of course the new developments that are taking place from the research that our students are involved in, that we can transfer from research to action. So let me welcome all the members on the platform, the President, the Vice President, our Minister, Dr. Charles, and of course the members of the team from the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, some of whom are here, some are on the outside. And I also want to welcome my audience because without you we wouldn't have anything this morning. And let me welcome the gentlemen I saw coming in today because certainly we need more men in this area. And I do hope at some point in time we can bring some of you into the work of the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. Thank you. Okay, so my presentation this morning is about social work in action, transforming lives through policy and intervention. And I want to position this in the definition of social protection, which is found in the National Social Protection Strategy, which has informed the programs and the interventions of the Ministry of Labor and Social Security and the government in general. And it is the set of provisions that are employed by both private sector and public sector to guide the policies and the initiatives to address and to reduce the risks of poverty and vulnerability. And this is brought about, I'm supposed to click in. Is it working? Okay. All right, so the objective then is to ensure that the living standards are above the specified levels through the effective social, economic, and labor market policies that support income security across the lifespan. And in our ministry, we deal with the life cycle. We say from the womb to the tomb, because we have been addressing persons from before they were born, especially through some of our programs. I mean, through the PATH program, we have the support persons who are pregnant and, of course, lactating mothers throughout, right? And in terms of the role of the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, we seek to deliver the social protection programs to the most vulnerable. We promote economic independence and productivity, and we support children, the elderly, persons with disabilities, disaster victims, and the like. And the ministry is not just an administrative entity, but we seek to be transformational. And this is seen in the programs that we utilize in meeting the needs of persons. And in terms of positioning the social protection strategy and the work that we have been doing, that was in 2014, and it was approved by the cabinet. And it is the first comprehensive strategy for social protection. This was led through the Planning Institute of Jamaica and through what we call a social safety net implementation committee at the time, which has now transitioned into a social protection committee, moving from just focusing on the social safety net, but social protection, looking at both social assistance and social security. We've had programs that have been supported by the World Bank and other international development partners that have made a significant input in the work of the ministry in particular, because I'm speaking about our ministry, but we have to collaborate with other entities. And the projects that we have engaged in, some of which include the social integrated programs, the social economic inclusion programs, and other programs, have enabled us to implement programs and systems and see improvements over time. Now we're engaged in what we call the social protection for increased resilience and opportunities, the Sparrow project. And this is another project that has been supported by the World Bank, which will see some improvements. And one main one would be the social protection information system, which is ensuring that we move from the traditional support of program intervention to utilizing digital innovation in, for example, a social protection information system, which is what we want to implement. And also on the labor side, the improvements for the functional assessment for labor management information system that will see improvements on the electronic labor exchange, which is a platform that will facilitate persons to have skills match and also to post their resumes and to be supported in the labor force. We actually have one of our directors here, Mr. Ford, so if you have any more questions, you can talk to him afterwards. All right. So we are also grounded in terms of the policy framework that will govern the aspects of social protection. And in the ministry, we have the National Insurance Act, we work alongside the Poor Relief Act because we support persons who are on the Poor Relief Program through the PATH intervention. We have the Child Care and Protection Act that also guides us in how we treat with children. And what is interesting is that we don't have a social protection legislation. We don't have one legislation governing social protection, but we engage these legislations across the government that will enable us to ensure the social protection rights, the eligibilities, and also the definitions of social protection, and also the engagements that will be necessary to move us into implementation. So we have a strong social protection network that exists. I mentioned the strategy, and there is a national policy on poverty that we're guided by. We are also guided by a national policy on international migration, because on the labor side, we have migration, we have the work permits. We also have the overseas employment program. I see the social worker in charge of that, Mrs. Courtney Gardner. You can give a wave. Yes. I brought out the team here, so if I can't answer all the questions, they are here to support. All right, we also have the National Policy on Gender Equality, the National Population and Sustainable Development Policy, and of course, the Vision 2030 National Development Plan. That is the core plan that has been driving the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals that are also aligned with that plan. So I look a little bit about the role of social protection because this is where our social workers are anchored. And so as social workers, and I did do a master's in social policy and a minor in social work. Yes, yes. So I know you have a role, and so I'm anchoring you in that role where you have to play that part in driving inclusive economic growth and ensure equitable distribution of benefits. That's very important, ensuring that there is equity in the operations. We act as critical social stabilizer during shocks, during pandemics, during crises. We saw that during COVID-19. We saw that with Beryl. We've seen that with Melissa. And we're seeing that with all the different other shocks that are to come. We are now operating in a war zone, almost, right? We also need to stimulate demand for goods and services across the economy and enable vulnerable populations to actively participate in the economy. We are trying to move persons from dependence to independence. And so we need to strengthen the human capital through empowerment and opportunity building. And of course, there are some core policies and principles that guide the strategy and which I'm sure will resonate with you as social workers in terms of aligning the outcomes of the Vision 2030 Jamaica and applying a comprehensive, inclusive life cycle approach, treating persons from, as I said, from the womb to the tomb, from the children straight to the elderly and even to death. Tackling diverse social protection risks and cross-cutting challenges, and also setting the strategies for each life cycle stage that will align the national priorities and the global commitments. Certainly there are global commitments that we have obligations and that we have ratified that certainly impinge on what we do nationally. And I have a chart here that is, I think it's found in the social protection strategy, which kind of highlights the intersectoral linkages that social workers will have to be engaged in, and whether through the education sector or the housing sector or the national environment, family and community, food security, labor market, health sector, all of that we see as part of the social protection floor, where we have identified some of the programs and interventions across these sectors to support vulnerable groups. And in the core of that chart is a social safety net, which ensures that we provide that buffer for persons so that they do not fall through the cracks. And of course, we can see those core groups, sectors that we target. We target children, we target youth, we target the elderly, we also target the working population, persons with disabilities, and of course, so many others could be a part of that. So this is the broad social protection system of which we are engaged and which we need to work alongside. And I won't even go deep into the objectives of the social protection framework. I'm sure you're students and you know that already, so I can skip that over. But just to know that this is not theory. This is rent, this is food, this is school, this is survival. The work that you do is not just theory, but is ensuring that persons can be able to treat with their needs, address their needs, and of course to contribute effectively to society, participate in society. And so we are enabling persons to move from vulnerability to full participation in the government apparatus. And so we have several interventions, whether they are preventative, mitigative, protective, or promotive, but we want to focus more on the transformative one, because we want to ensure that we are not in the old mode, stuck in the old mode, but we are moving into a transformational approach, ensuring that we move from the tradition to the transformation. Of course, we'll have to have some aspects of the tradition with us. We cannot remove that, but we're not going to stay in that mode. We're moving with the tide, we're moving in the cutting edge, and of course, social work is not just a profession, it is a national lifeline. I want to commend the social workers who are here today, because I know it is not easy. You have given, some of you have already started practicum, you're in the field education aspect of your work or your training, and you are always on the front line of your work. And so Your work is so important, very important. You play a pivotal role in ensuring that you can make the connections with poverty reduction, crisis response, human development, transformation approach, and of course, moving policy from the design to reality, engaging persons in their social space. And so, where do you fit? You are the backbone to service delivery. And so when you move into the space of the work world and you see things that you can change, make that input. Don't come and get acclimatized with what can be improved. Be that advocate, make the change, and be the change agent. Because we are change agents. We are not stuck in one mode. We are making sure there's continuous improvement in what we do. And so in the ministry, we've had social workers engage in conducting assessments, eligibility evaluations, registration, case management, in the intervention services, and of course we have parish offices all across the island. So there's opportunity for you to participate. And of course, we have volunteers too. So that's an opportunity for you as well. And so we have several programs in the ministry that can change lives. Some we had mentioned before, the PATH program, one of our flagship program that supports persons who are vulnerable, family, households. And of course, the main aim is to break that intergenerational cycle of poverty. We have rehabilitation programs, we have social intervention programs, we have other programs in the ministry. We have the early stimulation program that caters to children 0 to 6 years who have delayed developmental disabilities. We have the National Council for Senior Citizens. We have the Jamaica Council for Persons with Disabilities. We have the Overseas Employment Program. We have the Labor Market Information System. We have the Electronic Labor Exchange. And I have not mentioned all of them, right? So you can understand when the minister says, I don't sleep. All right, so we have made several progress in our implementation. And we have established the coordinating body, I would have mentioned that earlier, the National Social Protection Committee. And this committee continues, and it is chaired by the Planning Institute of Jamaica, and we have all the key sectors present in that, and also NGO stakeholders, both with government and NGO. And we have expanded and strengthened opportunities for cross-sector collaboration. Coordination is very important. What we see across government, we can see this intervention here. There's a relationship with another intervention in another ministry. And so what we're trying to do is to ensuring that the coordination is seamless and the collaboration is cross-sectoral. So we know what each other is doing. We can make the referrals. If it's not provided in the ministry, we can make referrals to other agencies, ministries, and departments. We have extended the social protection floor, and we have introduced the social pension program, a new program for the elderly, where persons are not in receipt of a national insurance pension, but are needing that buffer, needing that support. We have advanced some key technical work, the monitoring and evaluation framework, the social protection floor costing, updated policies on poverty reduction and citizens. The Ministry of Labour and Social Security have participated in those activities. And of course, we continue to strengthen our social security systems to ensure that there's greater coverage, especially having more persons moving from informality to formality. And of course, the key thing is driving system transformation. and ensuring that we have continuous improvements. Minister would have mentioned that we are looking at the path transformation, and that is one area that we are ensuring that we can see improvement in the targeting mechanisms, and also ensuring that the persons who are supposed to be on the program are on the program as well. All right, and I did mention we are advancing through the social protection for increased resilience and opportunities program that has been supported by the World Bank. And one other component that we will see under that program is the provisions for introduction of unemployment insurance, something that is new for Jamaica. All right, so I won't take up much time. I just want to say who we are looking for in terms of social work. We are looking for the professionals, those who can empower individuals, who can enhance community well-being, who can advocate for social justice. I see that in your theme, where you are reimagining social work through justice, solidarity, and shared responsibility. And of course, to create meaningful impact. And we're looking for the persons who possess those skills, the communication skills, the problem-solving skills, the ethical decision-making, and I could go on because I know you can tell me some more. And so the future of social work is very important as we reimagine service delivery. Very important. Digitization, looking at case tracking systems like the ROOFs program. That is for the response for Hurricane Melissa. We actually utilize the Jamaica Household for Impact and Needs Analysis. I'm closing my eyes because I'm trying to remember, JH Dino, right? And so that platform enabled us to get the information from the persons who would have been affected by the storm and input that in our tablets real time. So that is what we're using now, and we have collaborated with the National Spatial Data Management Branch to do that cross-check and cross-referencing, utilizing GPS location so we can identify the spaces and places where persons said that they had damage. Because you know the society we live in, right? Right, I won't say more. But that digitization, for example, is advancing the process in terms of how we can respond. And there are other opportunities for digitization in the space as we continue our work, because we want to see faster response time, want to see more agile systems. And of course, we're serving the public and we want our clients to be satisfied. All right, and we also are looking for the stronger stakeholder coordination to our clients, to private and public sector interface. Of course, we have to interface with our MPs, our councillors, our leaders in the communities as well. So we also want to ensure that there is evidence-based data decision-making. And so for the research that some of you are doing, we want to make sure that the research really informs not just the policy, but the programs and interventions that are necessary in ensuring that we have a more compassionate and a more empathetic and a more responsive social protection framework. So, as your role in nation building, we want to encourage you to be resilient, to be ethical, to be solution-oriented, to understand policy and not just people, but ensure that that intersection is there. And so in closing, I want to say, from policy to people, social work connects. Social work and social workers connect government and community and the people. Connect policy and impact. Connect crisis and recovery. And at the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, we do not just provide assistance, we restore hope, dignity, and opportunity. And it said, we are the people's ministry, where we work every day to ensure no one is left behind. So I want to thank you so much. And and look forward to seeing some of you in the Ministry of Labor and Social Security.
So I heard, just a little eavesdropping. That is definitely the lady that was introduced. And yes, so change agents, may we get a round of applause for P.S. Jennings. Thank you, P.S., for those deeply insightful and policy relevant, but also action oriented remarks, right? Because we've heard today, it's not just about the policy, but it's about the action, and it's about being proactive and responsive, etc. All right? So what we'd like to do now is to just remind our viewers here that we are definitely on YouTube streaming live, and we have a whopping 62 listeners on Zoom as well. So we really hope that you're finding the program fulfilling thus far. Now, based on PS's remarks, it is important to note that we are witnessing a Jamaica where deliberate shifts are important, where we're getting more integrated, more data-informed, and more people-centered services being delivered. And as PS aptly stated, from what? From the womb to what? Lovely. And so aren't we confident knowing that we have systems in place that will support our entire lifespan as citizens in Jamaica? I feel confident and I feel secure. So thanks again, P.S. Jennings. Now, at this time, the order of things, I'm going to invite Prof. Sheila Paul just to give our token of appreciation to P.S. Jennings. After which we will have a cultural performance, and right after, some reflections from our students, okay?
Again, P.S. Jennings, thank you for the insightful and most informative presentation. I'm sure students will find opportunities for internships, right? Practice, and then eventual employment. Thank you again, and on behalf of UCC, this small token of our appreciation.
All right, so right now what we'll do is to transition into a cultural performance by Mr. Jalon Sullivan and Miss Davia Ellis, reminding us that social work is not only technical, but deeply human, expressive, and rooted in culture. May we have a round of applause for our performers, please.
Hello, staff. Please stop what you're doing. I have an announcement. Now, I know that it is rough out there, but we have quotas to meet. Complaints are piling up, and head office is watching. Keep it professional, folks. I need everyone focused. Come on, people. Just pull together. You see me? Y'all just need to pull together, man.
How will this man really just come say to we? Pull together? Pull together? But how? When Babylon system still locked down like prison bars? When picnic belly ball fi rice grain out a empty jar? When injustice blindfold tighten round the poor man's scars? Oh wait, UCC social workers? We now back down. Social work can't just be case file and pity. No, this a injustice pan the page of history. Them students with them ethical crown, them nah beg. Them disrupt when injustice their own. From the gully side to the parliament ground, them change history all around Harambe. Pull together like deep root vine. Social work now beg, it a claim what's divine. From Kingston Street to the global line. One heartbeat, one fight, the oppressed will shine. No make them tell you, charity is sweet when the system locked down with iron feet. With iron feet, UCC, teach them, link arms, stand firm. Link arms, stand firm. You see UCC social workers, them plant hope like Yam Hill Pan concrete prison. And who are going to hold the government to the light? No UCC social workers. And who are going to make reparations? You know what I call them? UCC social workers. That is right. Them write policy with blood in a ink frame. Harambe. All are we. And who we are fight for? The broken and the brave.
Good evening, and welcome to Primetime News on air and online at onespotmedia.com. In tonight's headline, rising inequality sparks action from UCC social workers. We now go live on scene to Mr. Jaylon Sullivan, advocate for the UCC social workers.
Justice! Justice! Justice for UCC social workers! We need justice now! From the ghetto to the parliament, see them fight for justice. In at the heat, but who going stand up when the system cheat? Social workers, them now Mr. Beat Harambe. Put together now, hand in hand from bush to town. Social workers all around, pull together now. reimagine the work, justice in within, solidarity stronger than hurricane. No blame. It's a shared responsibility. UCC social workers, make them know we name. Ethical leaders with fire in our speech. Community answers, we not just preach. Justice. Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice. Justice for UCC. Justice for you and me. Justice for all of we. Justice for the social workers. Justice. Mr. Justice, Justice, Justice. Mr. Justice, Justice, Justice. Mr. Justice, Justice, Justice. For all of we. Justice. Justice. It's time we receive the justice where we deserve. Don't it, people? Yes, we need justice. You see, UCC's workers, with them books and them heart, they make policy changes. It's a brand new start. Love and justice. All of we have to play our part. Till no society left apart. Justice for UCC social workers.
What we say, justice? But that's not how they said it. That's all. That's alone. They said more. Justice for UCC social workers. Justice. Wow. Well, after today, I'm sure justice will be given and will be served, right? Round of applause against, please. Such a beautiful performance. So now what we'd like to do is to begin a session of student reflection. And so we have a presentation, a reflective presentation from group 4 titled, Don't Make She Fool You. Wanna ready? Are we ready? All right, and I see group 4 making their way. Make them welcome, please. Round of applause.
Alrighty, good morning everyone. Alright, so we are group 4 from Introduction to Family Counseling class, headed by Dr. Craig McNally, who is watching online, so hello sir. So we're gonna be going through a very engaging presentation today. What happened is that our entire class was divided into groups and we were each given dramatic scripts that depict different aspects of family life in Jamaica. And what we're going to do is we're going to show you how we dramatized and enacted our assigned script. We're going to look at the presenting problem that came from the case that we're going to be looking at, and we're also going to apply 2 theories to address what is coming out. So I am Natalia Burton. With me are my group members Olivia Morgan, Shanette Grant, and Shanice Dillon. So let's get right into it with a video.
Here's the girl, or should I say big woman?
So, is this Ramona?
She see a man. Hold up your head. Yeah, go on like you're shy. Me say, sir, you should have see how she a galang in the boy lap. Master Jesus, I'm a son devil in a you.
Well, thank you so much for taking Ramona into my office. I'll actually need to have a private conversation with her.
Talking, I go do to you. Hold up your head. Miss Shirley, see the Jezebel yeah, me that telling about na the staff room.
So, to clarify, you were talking about her with other members of staff?
Me mention it, yes? Them your slackness, nothing keep secret.
Well, I can't say I agree, but thank you so much for referring Ramona. I actually think it's time I have a conversation with her now. Hey Ramona, would you be up for a private chat with me?
Yes, miss.
Kuya, open your mouth and answer the woman. Now make she fool you. You hear, miss? Cause when she da go on with herself, in the boy lap, not no galang like she.
So that was our little dramatization. So when we analyze this and what just took place, Ramona is an adolescent student who was caught in a very compromising position. So she was caught sitting on a boy's lap at school, right? So the teacher responded by morally condemning her from a primarily religious lens, right? She publicly shamed Ramona, she labeled her as promiscuous, and she also discussed her behavior with other staff members. So as a result of this now, you guys probably saw Ramona holding her head down, so she appeared very withdrawn and ashamed. And as such, she was referred by the teacher to the guidance counselor for an intervention. So even though this behavior, what Ramona was caught doing, I mean, it's bad, but it's not the worst possible thing you could catch a child doing, right? The adult response in this scenario escalates the situation and it introduces deeper systemic concerns. So I'll hand over to the next presenter to go over presenting problem.
Alrighty, good day everyone. Okay, so I will be looking on the presenting problems and underlying factors in the case of Ramona. Focusing on both her behavior and the system's response, the main presenting issue is inappropriate sexual behavior at school. However, this situation goes beyond behavior itself. It involves several critical concerns involving public shaming of a minor, sexualized labeling on emotional reactivity from authority figures, and misuse of power. Additionally, there are gaps in comprehensive sexuality education and possibly exposure to inappropriate modeling. The key takeaway here is that while the behavior may have been triggered concern, the deeper issue lies in how the system responded and how the underlying dynamic influences Ramona behavior. From a developmental perspective, Ramona is in early to mid-adolescence, a stage where characterized by puberty, hormonal changes, identity exploration, and curiosity about relationships and boundaries. Behavior itself, such as sitting on a boy's lap, while is inappropriate in a school setting, can reflect normal developmental exploration rather than deviance. From a counseling standpoint, though, it is important to normalize aspects of adolescents' developmental while still providing clear guidance and appropriate boundaries. Punishment alone is not effective. Supportive and educational response are essential. Another major factor is the role of comprehensive sexuality. There appears to be a gap in Ramona access to accurate age-appropriate information. Another relationship concept, bodily autonomy, and social boundaries. Without this, adolescents often turn to peer or social media for guidance, which may lead to misinformation. The counselor's role is to provide factual, non-judgmental education, focusing on healthy relationships, emotional readiness, consent, and appropriate behavior. Within school rules, this is important because it reflects shame prevention, prevents future risky behavior, and empowers adolescents to make informed decisions. We must also consider possible environmental influences. Ramona behavior may be shaped by factors such as family dynamic, exposure to boundary crossing behavior, peer culture, or social media. However, these are possibilities that require careful assessment, not assumptions. And finally, the teacher response significantly worsened the situation. Actions such as public shaming, labeling the student, shaming her, or breaching of confidentiality have serious psychological effect. These include damage to self-esteem, internalization or negative labeling, and long-term emotional harm. Instead, guidance the situation shift towards punishment.
All right, so I'm pretty sure if we were paying attention, we would have seen that this happened at school. But, you know, this is intro to family counseling, and you may be wondering why this is a family counseling case. Well, I'm going to explain. Even though this incident occurred primarily at school, right, family counseling principles would still apply because Ramona's behavior could have very well been shaped by what happens at home, her family structure, because the home is actually the primary agent of socialization, and we would have mentioned modeling, right? So something could be going on at home. She sees some risky or promiscuous behavior, or, you know, there's some issue. It could have also been that Ramona was subjected to sexual assault, whether by another child, so that's child-on-child sexual assault, or by a family member. So that would also have to be taken into account by the guidance counselor as to why an adolescent may show sexual behavior in that way. So the school in this case becomes an extension of the family system. And when we look at structural family therapy, this was developed by a man named Salvador Minuchin in the 1960s, and it basically sees the family as an organized system, right? So if there's an issue with one person in the family, it's not seen as isolated or an individual pathology. Rather, it is seen as a byproduct of a dysfunctional family system. So what the counselor or the social worker would aim to do is analyze the system and therefore restructure it to solve the issue with what we call the identified patient, or the IP. So they will look at several things, and we'll work through using Ramona's case. So in this scenario, Ramona is the identified patient, right? She carries the symptom of the family system. So even when we look at the school environment in that context, the teachers would have formed a coalition with the staff. So the teacher would have formed a coalition with the staff against the adolescent. And this basically isolates Ramona and reinforces a power imbalance, right? So when we look at it in the home and what the guidance counselor would have to assess, she would have to look at who holds authority in the home, right? So is it matriarchal? Is it patriarchal? Or is it Ramona running things at home? Because, you know, you have some situations like that. You have to look at whether or not boundaries are rigid or permissive in the home. So is it that Ramona really come from a good house, you know, and she have good strict parents, but she has sneak out and she, you know, exploring a little bit with this sexual behavior? Or is it just that her household is very permissive and then just say, boy, Ramona, if you want to keep man, all right, you and mommy are bestie, right? So it could be a case like that. It could be that relationships and sexuality are discussed either very openly or not at all. It could be that her mother was a teenage parent. So because of certain things she was exposed to, Ramona is also modeling certain behaviors, right? It could be that there are patterns of early adultification, or what we call forced rape. So Ramona could be going out there because Ramona feel like she a big woman. No. So you basically also have to, as a counselor or social worker, assess how the family responds to rule breaking. So is it that, Ramona is breaking rules and they feel afraid? Or is it that, they don't know what Ramona is doing? So these are things that social workers take time out to analyze. So the counselor may request a meeting with Ramona's parents to assess the structure, communication, and supervision patterns. And as a result of that, there would have to be some restructuring, right? So if there's an issue with the hierarchy, you would have to strengthen the appropriate hierarchy. You would have to encourage the caregivers to set clear but non-shaming boundaries. So what we heard about them calling Ramona Jezebel and this and that, we don't want to shame persons in these ways, right? We also have to clarify expectations around dating and school conduct. So it could be that, she's allowed to date, but we have to say, even if these things are normalized at home, once you're at school and in uniform, these are the rules that you must conform to. So as a guidance counselor, even if, the home life is different to what you would want to say is the norm, you have to enforce using the rules at the school. So the goal is restructuring and not punishing Ramona. It's always correction and restorative justice as opposed to punitive measures for punishment's sake. Next person.
Hi, so I'll be informing you on the solution-based theory in Ramona's case. So the solution-based theory is a short-term goal-oriented approach that focuses on solutions instead of problems. So rather than analyzing the past, it helps the client to focus on what they want, how to change, and how to get where they are going using the existing strengths that they have. The core idea is simple: shift from what is wrong, what is working, and what is next. It assumes that change is always possible, even in small steps, and the clients are the experts in their own lives. The therapist's role in this is to guide them and identify goals and building on what they are already doing. Key techniques would include the miracle question. What if you go to bed tonight and a miracle takes place? What would happen when you wake up? So this helps the client to imagine their ideal outcome, scaling questions, then track their progress and confidence and exceptional findings, which looks at times when the problem was less severe and identify useful behaviors. In Ramona's case, the solution-based theory moves away from blame, shame, and harmful labeling, and instead focuses on her strength and her behavior. Techniques like scaling and exceptional findings help her recognize what she already is doing right and how to improve on those. It helps her rebuild her self-esteem by separating her from the problem and refraining her from situation in a more supportive way. Overall, the solution-based theory is about building confidence, protecting dignity, and helping clients to make small, practical changes towards a better future. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. I'll be addressing ethical concerns and supporting Ramona's case. In this situation, the teacher's comments about Ramona in the staff room reflect a lapse in professional ethics. Discussing a student in a public and judgmental way can damage trust and contribute to emotional harm. The guidance counselor's role is to respond appropriately by speaking with the teacher privately, reinforcing the importance of confidentiality, and promoting more supportive, trauma-informed approaches to discipline. There is also a need for broader change, including staff training on adolescent development. In Jamaica, shame is often used to control behavior, as we know. But while it may be effective in the short term, it can harm a student's self-esteem and encourage secrecy. Providing education is a more constructive way to reduce risky behavior. It is also important to understand that adolescent exploration should not be viewed as a problem or disorder. Young people are in a stage of growth and identity formation, and their behavior should be approached with understanding rather than judgment. From a systemic viewpoint, Ramona's behavior is influenced by her family background, making it difficult to separate her action from home environment. This highlights the importance of considering the broader context when offering support. Using Bowenian ideas, the teacher's strong emotional reaction may reflect low differentiation, where personal beliefs interfere with professional judgment. Her response suggests she may be projecting her own anxieties and values onto the situation, particularly through moral or religious language. This also points to poor role modeling, where authority is used to shame instead of guide. Such responses can negatively influence how students understand discipline and relationships. It is important to shift the focus by asking what is going well for Ramona, identifying her strengths, and considering the kind of future we want to help her achieve. And in closing, while not all staff are bound by strict confidentiality rules, everyone has a responsibility to act professionally and protect students' dignity. Overall, this case highlights the need to move away from shame-based responses towards supportive, ethical, and developmentally appropriate practices. Ladies, gentlemen, and my fellow colleagues, thank you.
The future of social work truly looks and sounds promising. What a brilliant presentation and demonstration as well. Now, as you can see, we transition from national perspectives and policy to lived community experience and applied practice, and even some theoretical underpinnings, right? Now, these are the systemic sort of approaches that will truly help us to reimagine social work through justice, solidarity, and shared responsibility. At this time, what we're going to do is to invite a student, Samantha Gordon. Is she here? Okay, so Miss Gordon isn't here. How about she is? Okay, all right. So you can come up. What we'll be doing is that this will be a student voices from the field practicum 1, introspective journey to forgiveness. So please make her welcome.
Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. As said before, my name is Samantha Gordon, and I am a fourth-year student doing practicum 1 now. So I will be sharing my piece on an introspective journey to forgiveness. Forgiveness is often easier to define than it is practiced. It means accepting what has happened and making a conscious decision to let go of resentment and anger. For me, forgiveness feels natural, but that does not mean it is easy. It is something I continue to grow into. Forgiveness helps me overcome the moments that leave me feeling sad, disheartened, and broken.
Can we cheer on, please?
It teaches me to reflect, adjust, accept, and take accountability. But before I understood forgiveness, I lived in unforgiveness. My journey began long before college. During high school, as I approached my CXC exams, I was doing well and trying my best to stay focused. But when it was time to pay for my exams, I was faced with a moment that would stay with me for years. My father, who was present but not supportive, said words that cut deeply. He said, "She can do exam at another time or not." The words did not just hurt, they planted something in me. That was one of the first moments when unforgiveness began to take root in my heart. After finishing high school, I went straight into college without a clear plan, holding on to hope that things would work out. I enrolled at Money College, but life quickly became overwhelming. Tuition started piling up, and my mother, my main source of support, fell ill. At just 17 to 18 years old, I found myself trying to balance school, work, and responsibilities at home. The little money I earned could barely cover transportation and helping my family. Traveling became a daily struggle. A daily struggle at that time. I was trying to support my mother and care for my siblings. I was exhausted, but I did not give up. Still, the burden of unforgiveness continued to grow. There were moments in college when I had nothing, no money, no support, no direction. One day, I was told that if I wanted a place to stay, I either had to pay or engage in sexual activities. I refused. I chose to walk away. Even though it meant standing alone in the pouring rain under a tree, not knowing what happened next. The moment tested me, but what followed changed me even more. Someone later offered me a place to stay. I thought it was help. But that night became one of the darkest experiences of my life. It left me with pain that I carried in silence for years. And from that moment, unforgiveness took control. I became bitter, angry, and cold. I pushed away people who loved me the most. When my mother asked me what was wrong, my answer was always nothing. But inside, everything was falling apart. Unforgiveness became the way of coping, but it was also my prison. I cried for nights, days, and months until there were no tears left. I struggled with trauma, identity, brokenness, anger, and hate. I questioned God, asking why, but I felt like there were no answers. People were no longer people to me. They were reminders of pain. For almost 10 years, I did not forgive anyone, and in carrying that unforgiveness, I lost myself. I lost my peace, I lost my joy, I lost my sense of purpose. The emotional weight even showed up physically. I suffered from constant headaches that turned into migraines, leading me to the hospitals, Doctors searched for answers, but deep down I knew the truth. The pain was not just physical, it was emotional. What I did not realize that unforgiveness does not hurt the other person, it hurts you. Everything began to change when I finally spoke. A friend asked me, "Why are you like this? Why are you so bitter?" The question broke something open in me. For the first time, I released everything I had carried. Years of pain, silence, and hurt came pouring out, and at that moment, I felt it, relief. Not complete healing, but a beginning, a shift, the start of forgiveness. Forgiveness did not come all at once, it came into stages. I had to learn that forgiveness is not about saying what happened was okay. It is about choosing not to carry it anymore. As the Bible says, be kind and compassionate to one another, forgiving each other just as in Christ forgave you. Ephesians 4, verse 32. The day I choose to forgive was the day I set a prisoner free, and that prisoner was me. The day I forgave, I felt lighter. The day I forgave, I could breathe again. The day I forgave, I remembered how to smile and laugh again. Forgiveness gave me back myself. Then something unexpected happened. One of the people who hurt me reached out. He admitted that what he did had been weighing on him for years. He apologized and acknowledged that I did not deserve what happened. In that moment, with tears in my eyes, I said, "I forgive you." I also told him to forgive yourself, because forgiveness is not only forgiving the person who hurt you, it is also about forgiving yourself. Starting college again and choosing social work became an eye-opener for me. It helped me realize that everything I went through was not just pain, it was the beginning of a new chapter. It also changed how I see people. Before, I would have responded to offenders with anger, but now I understand that as a social worker, it is our duty to listen, to respect our clients' words and feelings, and to understand without judging. Forgiveness allows me to do that. It allows me to approach others with empathy, even when their actions are difficult to understand. It helps me support others without carrying bitterness. It reminds me that healing is possible even in the darkest situations. Even now, I am not saying forgiveness is easy. There are still moments when I struggle with letting go every pain, hurt, and trauma. But I am learning, and in that process, I am becoming stronger than I was before. Forgiveness is helping me to grow. It is teaching me how to handle difficult situations. It is preparing me to support others who may come to me in the future for guidance and understanding. Forgiveness is shaping me not just as a person, but as a future social worker. In the end, I have learned this. I am not saying forgiveness is easy, but it is the start of allowing yourself to be free. Unforgiveness will weigh you down, but forgiveness will lift you up. Forgiveness did not erase my past, but it gave me strength for my future, and most importantly, it helped me to be free. Thank you.
And Samantha, chronicling your journey here today, I'm sure it was a mammoth task, but you did it. You powered through, right? You powered through, and I'm sure you would have touched some of us here today as well with your story. So just continue showing up. And you said it brilliantly, you know, unforgiveness, it doesn't just affect the person, or sometimes it doesn't even the perpetrator, but it's you. You're carrying so much. It's a heavy weight. It's a burden. And so letting go of that is freeing. It is fulfilling. And the testimony that you gave here today, I'm sure, will inspire many of us. So thanks so much for being so bold, brave, and resilient. Thank you. So now we're going to move on to another student performance, Uplift, Defend, and Transform by Natalia Burton.
Okay, hello again, everyone. So the theme, the international theme for Social Work Month is Social Workers Uplift, Defend, Transform. And my poem is titled just that. I came to university expecting to learn, to sit in lectures, take notes, pass exams, and leave with a degree that said I was ready. But somewhere along the way, between theory and real life, I realized I wasn't just learning, I was unlearning too. Unlearning quiet acceptance of things we excuse as culture, like they're beyond questioning. Unlearning the idea that discipline must come with harm to be respected. Unlearning the silence around mental health, like speaking about it makes you weak. Unlearning the discomfort around reproductive health, child rights, human dignity. I started to let go of the version of me that knew something wasn't right, but stayed quiet anyway. Because unlearning doesn't stay quiet. It pushes you. It challenges you. It asks, now that you know better, what will you do? So I chose to speak, not just when it was easy, but when it mattered. In classrooms, in conversations, in rooms where my voice felt small, but I used it anyway. I spoke to teachers, to students, to people in positions of power. I spoke because I understood what needed to be defended, that dignity is not optional, that rights are not negotiable, and that being vulnerable should never mean being invisible. And in speaking, I realized something else. Uplifting others is not about standing above them. It's about standing with them. It's creating space. It's sharing knowledge. It's reminding people that their voices matter too. And when more voices join, that's when transformation begins. Not always in big moments, but in honest conversations, in questioning what feels normal, in refusing to accept that's just how it is. That's what social work has taught me, that change doesn't happen by staying comfortable. It happens when you walk into spaces and decide they cannot stay the same. And that's the kind of social worker I am becoming. One who doesn't just enter systems, but challenges them. Who doesn't just follow policies, but improves them. Who doesn't just serve people, but sees them fully. Post-graduation, I won't just show up. I will leave every space better than I found it. Because this journey was never just about learning. It was preparation to uplift, to defend, to transform. So take your experience, everything you've learned and unlearned, and use it. Use theory in practice. Join movements. Speak up. And when you leave here, don't just leave with a degree. Leave as someone who is ready to make a change. Leave better so you can make the world better too. Thank you so much.
Being vulnerable should never mean being invisible or silenced. Can we all say, my voice matters? My voice matters. Thank you so much for your presentation. Now we're going to, one moment. Thank you. So what we're going to do now is that we are going to transition to a break, and the final student voice will come immediately after our refreshment period. We want to thank all our students and presenters and specially invited guests for being here and for all the thoughtful knowledge sharing and reflections and contributions. So now we're going to break for refreshments and the research exhibitions that are outside. And I encourage you all to participate and engage with the booths. Knowledge exchange is not confined to formal presentations like in this lecture theater, but it's often in the informal spaces where innovation and collaboration are sparked. So while you eat and refresh yourself, be sure to participate with the exhibitions. So at this time, we're going to break for 40 minutes. 30? Okay, so I hear 30 minutes. So we're going to break for 30 minutes, and so we will be back here at, let's say, 12:10. 1:10 rather. 1:10. So we'll be back here at 1:10. So thank you all for being here, for being so attentive, and I do look forward to seeing you again in the room after the break. All right, so thank you for that. And room 6 is where the refreshments are being served, and for our specially invited guests, you stay here and food will be just remain. All right. So thank you all, and we'll be back in the room at 1:10 p.m. All right. See you all there. You don't want to miss it. So please come back. All right. Lovely. All right. So round of applause, please, as you leave, just for the morning session and how just brilliant that was. Wow. Okay, so thanks to those of you who are back in the room. We're just going to give our other guests a little bit more time to get back and then we'll get started. So I'm hoping that by in the another 4 minutes, we can get started. Let's see. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. I hope that you had a good break and a chance to connect as well. And as we say in Jamaica, every mickle make a muckle, right? So even the small conversations that we had on the outside of this space were meaningful, all right? And they can also lead to big ideas. So right now, what we're going to do is to get settled, and we're going to continue from this morning. As a reminder, I'm your moderator for today, Dr. Anisha Blake. And so we have a panel lined up for you, a question and answer segment, but we want to continue from this morning with our student voices from the field. And to, just get us back into the good vibes that we're in this morning, we're going to invite Miss Bernata Breary to the floor to give her reflection from the field. Please make her welcome. Louder than that, man.
Good afternoon. I'd like to share my personal reflection on forgiveness, like something you're holding on to and you should let go. So you were able to forgive and how it felt. So I am really appreciate this moment and sharing it with you. So I hope you take a page from it and you learn. All right, so holding on to resentment is simple when someone has wronged you. So, however, forgiveness could let the anguish go away and allow you to go on. So, at some point, everyone has been hurt by words or actions from another person. So, forgiveness amplifies different things to different people. So, according to the Mayo Clinic 2022, forgiveness in general requires a combination of acceptance and deliberate choice to let go of resentment and hatred. So while the memories of a hurtful or offensive act may linger, working on forgiveness may help to alleviate the suffering. So forgiveness might also help you, you break free from the clutches of persons who have mistreated you. So forgiveness can sometimes lead to feelings of understanding, empathy, and compassion for the person who has wronged you. So we frequently treat our memories like a museum. So polishing the golden moments of delight and hiding the terrible ones away behind velvet ropes. Some memories, however, serve as anchors rather than exhibitions. We carry them not because they benefit us, but because they have become a part of our inner architecture. So for years, I have harbored a special type of resentment, an overweight hatred against a person I once considered my world. Holding on to the earth felt like a type of justice, a method ensuring the crime was never forgotten. But in the end, I realized that holding a grudge is similar to consuming poison and waiting for the other person to die. The journey of letting go and reaching the shores of forgiveness was not a sudden realization. It was a long, rigorous process of unlearning the habit of enduring suffering. So the time that I've been holding on to its betrayal of my partner cheating on me with a female in my work environment, you work same place and it really hurts. So, and the fact is, it hurt me, he got her pregnant. So that was what burned me really bad. So it wasn't a single catastrophic incident, but rather a gradual erosion of allegiance to someone I had supported for years. But when the relationship ended, I felt more than sad, I felt deceived. I felt that if I stopped being furious, I was condoning what had occurred. So my anger served as a protective wall in my head. If I stayed vigilant and kept my flames of my wrath burning, I would be safe from being injured again. So I rehearsed all conflicts in the shower and I'm bathed. I was telling myself like, what if, playing over and in my head. Oh, for example, like if I had gone to the party with my partner, we have been going home together. Instead, he went to the female home that night and the affair happened. I keep telling myself it's my fault. This resentment became my silent companion, impacting how I approach new connections and saw the world. So I became skeptical, straining at every gesture of kindness to find the hidden reason. We commonly underestimate the physical and emotional cost of clinging onto the past. It manifests as a persistent, low-level static in my brain. I was never truly present. Even in moments of genuine delight, a small part of me remained on that old earth, inspecting the knots to ensure they were still tight. So according to research, holding a grudge causes persistent stress in the body, boosting cortisol levels and straining the cardiovascular system. So my protection was actually a poison. I remained in an attitude of fight or flight, long after the threat had passed. However, by refusing to let go, I subconsciously gave the person who had injured me a permanent seat at my life's table. They were gone, but they were everywhere in the music I avoid, so I tried not to play like love song, like, so sick of love song, neo song. I hated those songs for years. I placed and I stopped going in a guarded manner. I spoke to others. What hurts the most is that he married that person and made my heart heavier and developed these bitter feelings towards him. I felt like a knife had pierced my chest when I saw the photos of their weddings. Suddenly one morning, I woke up and I said to myself, this feeling of resentment needs to stop because it's going on too long with me and I felt like losing myself. I felt like I was in a prison. So however, the change did not occur because the person apologized. Actually, they never did. So the transformation occurred when I understood that my shield of rage was not protecting me, but rather isolating me. I started to think deeply and ask myself this question: who would I be without this story? When I removed the wrong friend's identity, I recognized that I was leveraging my misery to avoid the risk of moving forward. Letting go meant no longer being a victim, which was a frightening thought because it meant taking responsibility for my own happiness once more. So how my forgiveness process begins and how it felt. So I had to redefine forgiveness for myself because it's frequently misinterpreted as a sign of weakness or a way to say, it's okay. But forgiveness turned into a statement of self-determination for me. I made the decision that my future was more important than my history at very moment. However, the process of forgiveness involves a number of challenging steps. So firstly, acknowledge your own by putting an end at the act of being over it and fully experience the depth of disappointment without masking it in anger. Secondly, humanizing the villain. That is the most difficult part by realizing that the person who hurt me hacked out of their own brokenness, fear, and inadequacy, which did not excuse them, but rather made them smaller and less powerful. And thirdly, performing a ritual release by writing down everything I was upsetting me. So basically, journaling helped me. So the blowing away, so it was like a cliche that let my subconscious go. So furthermore, it wasn't a lightning bolt when the release finally occurred. So the sensation was similar to a fever breaking. The quiet was the first thing I noticed, the mental cacophony in which you noticed the unpleasant sound that was playing in my head. The incessant repetition and the hypothetical conflicts just stopped. So it seemed as if a fan that had been running in the background for years has been turned off at last. So once more, I could hear my own thoughts. The physical lightness then appeared. In the middle of July, as a testimony, I felt as if I had actually lost a winter coat. So I stopped bracing for my impact and shift my posture. I discovered that I could pass by a well-known location or gaze at old pictures without experiencing the customary twinge of resentment. So overall, I experienced a feeling of regained autonomy. It feels like regaining control when I forgave. I was done waiting to begin my life with an apology that would never materialize. I had found the resolution I sought from another person. Finally, forgiveness is remembering without the pain. It's not forgetting. That memory still is in my museum today, but it is no longer a focal point. It is merely a small, smooth, and lifeless stone. I learned about boundaries, the need of maintaining my own tranquility, and the amazing resilience of the human heart. So the ultimate expression of self-love is letting go. It is the realization that you are deserving of a free of life. You discover how far you truly can go when you finally let go of the burden you were never supposed to bear. So I want you to forgive for yourself, not for the person, and choose self-care, because self-care is really important. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Miss Breary. Her protection was poison. Can you imagine? Something that you think is protecting you, warding you off, is actually poisoning your body, your mind. Forgiving is remembering without the pain. So you know, we always say forgive but don't forget, yes? So forgiving is remembering without the pain. It is not forgetting. Having boundaries, being resilient, and ultimately we do this, we let go, we move on, because what? Self-love is key. And holding on means that that poison will be there perpetually. All right? And so what we're going to do now is to move into session 2, which is our roundtable panel discussion titled Beyond the Degree, Navigating Social Work Careers and Solidarity in Action, Social Work Community-Led Approaches. And for this segment, we have, she's returning to the stage now, Mrs. Dion Jennings, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. We have Dr. Nicole Scott, lecturer, the Michael University College. We also have Dr. Danielle Christian, child diversion mentor and assistant professor, East Carolina University. We have Miss Anisia Edwards, children's officer at the Child Protection and Family Services Agency. Mr. Sean Harvey, guidance counselor for the Salvation Army School for the Blind. So I'm going to take my seat and we kickstart that segment. And the microphones will be circulated. The future of social work lies in interdisciplinary collaboration, adapted leadership, and data-informed decision-making. In Jamaica and the Caribbean, by extension, we do not simply theorize problems, we work through them. And today's panel is about exactly that, moving from knowledge to action. So as we open the discussion, I would like to invite each of you to briefly reflect on your professional journey. Beyond your formal qualifications, what has been the most critical factor in shaping your trajectory within the field of social work? So what has been the most critical factor in shaping your trajectory within the field of social work or social services overall? So, you may begin.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
It's truly a privilege to be here to join the conversation. As I reflect on, why I'm here, I thought about people and people having all sorts of circumstances and concerns. I'm into education. In fact, I'm a linguist by training. However, I've been in academia for over 20 years, and I went into educational administration, where I administered an academic program in counseling and social work. It's a graduate program. And it is in that vein that I became associated with, the social arm of education, the other social arm of education. It's where I learned about not just social work, but counseling and how they are deeply tied together. So some people in here might not be majoring in counseling or social work, but if you can begin in linguistics and end up, in the field, then the career paths are very open. So those are my few opening words.
Lovely. Sometimes there might be redirection, right? But we move and we continue. So to the other panelists, as it relates to the most critical factor, what has been the most critical factor in shaping your trajectory within the field of social work?
Okay, so I'll go. So my field is criminal justice. I have been privileged to serve as a police officer here in Jamaica and also in the US. And it was when I was working, and so my social services work is more focused on juveniles, so youth, justice involved youth. And so when I was in New Orleans, as a police officer, I became, very interested with justice involved youth, started to volunteer. And then, I worked at the Pennsylvania Bureau of Juvenile Justice Service. But it was there, working with those young people that I really got to appreciate, the challenges that they experience, because, I like to think of this as, we might see the fruits or the result, the tree, but we don't know the roots, right? And so there are a lot of social issues that actually influence or contribute to people, becoming justice involved. And so that shaped, how I work today, like now as a child diversion mentor with the Ministry of Justice. So I think it was my experience in New Orleans as well as working on a day-to-day basis in a juvenile facility that really shaped, my approach today.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, so I guess the main turning point in my career as a human service professional, well, I think it possibly I've always wanted to work with youths. And my guidance counselor when I was at Calabar High School, she would have possibly had a great impact on me in terms of allowing me to see firsthand the benefits of youth development. Subsequent to that, afterward, I was also fortunate to do my practicum placements in schools every year. From undergrad to master's level, it was always schools, something to do with youth development, inclusion of persons with disabilities in vocational areas. It involved a myriad of programs, both at the micro and macro level of social work. And of course, I also got the opportunity to actually be someone who developed social worker. I've been training social workers since 2013 at more than one tertiary institution. And I would have said to myself, okay, I think my reach can be greater in not only working with youth directly, but to actually train other individuals to do so. Of course, that would result in that long-lasting impact that I could possibly have on serving my country as a human service professional and educator. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, so
Okay, Ms. Edwards.
good afternoon, everyone. So while I was studying in university, social work, I questioned myself to see if I really wanted to do social work. Because some of my classmates, they were different from me, or they looked at things differently. During my practicum experience, I was placed at Surgeon Golin Rehabilitation Center, and I was speaking with one of the clients or patients there. She met in an accident and she was unable to walk or move any of her limbs. And she posed the question, why out of all the persons who were in the accident, she's the only one still in the hospital. And it was during that moment, I was like, yeah, I want to be a part of this process with her. I want to be a part of reintegrating her into society. So that was the kickstart for me in social work.
Thank you. And PS?
Good afternoon, everyone. Where do I start? Like my colleague here, I started out in linguistics and Spanish. Didn't think that I was going to be in this field at all, but somehow when I started working, I was forced to move into an area. Should I say, I was not going to be given a post because it was said that I needed that skill set. So I was challenged and I moved into that area. But I started out in youth development, and from youth development, I moved into local government and community development. And then I moved into labor and social security. So I think it's a lot of transition that has taken place, but growing up in a large family, and the family having worked in the community in different areas, visiting infirmaries. I was visiting infirmaries and giving volunteer service from a young age. I also went to visit old people who needed help because my family members were going to give food to people. I worked with young people, so I remain young. So I worked with old people, and I don't think I'll get old anytime soon. But it has been very rewarding, and the training and the upbringing and the values that you have learned in your family, you can transition those and apply those in every interaction that you have. And the important thing for me is that you must make a change in whatever situation you're in, and a positive one.
Thank you so much. 3 things right here. Transferable knowledge, transferable skills are important, right? Because sometimes you have to pivot, right? Life will throw curveballs at you, and it means that you might need to pivot and so hone those skills. And so you have to ensure that you're able to do that, agile, flexible in a way. Second thing is service above self, because we continue hearing, just this, I wanted to do this and I wanted to make a change, right? And then the final thing is that the trajectory isn't always linear, because if you have to pivot, then chances are you might have to shift gears a little bit and recognize that you're able to do something else and to do something better, all right? So thank you for those insights. I would like to go to Dr. Christian. Drawing on your experience in child diversion and international practice, what lessons or models can be adopted to strengthen community-based and preventative approaches within the Jamaican context? So pulling on some of your foreign knowledge now, we want to see, for the Jamaicans in the room, what do you think what lessons are there to be learned?
Okay, so I would say, I think Jamaica is already starting to model some of these things. For example, restorative justice, that's a big one for me. Having worked with the Philadelphia District Attorney's Office, restorative justice also guides the Pennsylvania juvenile justice system. And the child diversion program here is a part of that restorative justice framework. We also have restorative justice as part of the ministry, and this is not unique to youth. So I think that is key. But one of the things that I would want to see, and I've actually said this because I think Parliament is reviewing the Child Diversion Act, and they've solicited public feedback. And so I sent that recently. I think one of the things we need to do is like data. We need to collect the data, like at the parish levels and so on, and to really see, because I'm all about evidence-based. And so when we have the data, we're better able to make decisions about, sort of like effectiveness and so on. So that's what I would like to see more of.
Okay, thank you so much. So what we're hearing is that there is evolution, there are advancements, and as a matter of fact, we are doing great, right? But with any system, it will not be perfect, and therefore there's always some additional work to be done, all right? So I'd like to go to Mr. Harvey now. In your role, Mr. Harvey, in supporting students with visual impairments, how does social work practice intersect with inclusive education? And what are some areas that you see that there might need to be some additional work in for more advocacy in that area?
Well, the truth is, inclusive education is I in both my roles here, because I actually lecture in practically all the social work courses here and facilitate practicum students as well. And as such, that would have given me the opportunity to ensure that all who are facilitated by me are courses that would have involved policy. Those students have to interact directly with the National Disabilities Act. Now, a part of what the National Disabilities Act entails is the whole notion of accessibility, which includes accessible education and environment, right? So the social worker familiarizing him or herself from training with the National Disabilities Act, that will ensure that you become appreciative of the need for accessibility, not only in the educational environment, but in general, in society in general, right? And of course, advocacy. Thankfully, the courses that are offered in the bachelor's degree program, quite a number of them, includes advocacy. Not only the theoretical aspect of it, but depends on how it is delivered, will help you also to understand things like actual writing, project policy brief and so forth, to actually not only give quote-unquote lip service as a social worker to this push for inclusive education and environment, but to actually act, right? And of course, the Ministry of Education itself has educational social workers. So educational social work is actually another branch of social work that we think that students have to fully apprise themselves of. And I know that predominantly our degree programs in Jamaica are heavily biased towards the micro end of social work, but what you have just asked me is heavily macro. And we have to have a greater appreciation for that side of social work, which says intervening in multiple lives simultaneously, because we know that numerous Jamaican children are currently being disenchanted in terms of being able to access educational environment that are inclusive.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey. And when we spoke earlier, just reflecting on the presentations, leaving no one behind, ensure that there's equity, ensuring that, we're all pulling together, ultimately at the community level as well, but ultimately this feeds into national development. So inclusivity is important, justice is important, and advocacy is also important. So thanks for the work that you're doing,
I think
Mr.
the
Harvey.
most important aspects of inclusivity is to ensure that whomever you advocate on behalf of is able to do what you do, capacity building. Because of course, most naturally you'll not always be in that space forever. There'll be another group in which you'll have to move on to try to assist, but it must be the case that they are able to assist themselves subsequent to your departure.
Critical point made there. Thank you so much, Mr. Harvey, for that. So, Ms. Edwards, working directly within CPFSA, What are some of the most pressing challenges you encounter, and how can community-led approaches, or how have community-led approaches strengthened early intervention mechanisms for vulnerable children?
All right, thank you. So I think the main challenge is persons not speaking up. So we focus a lot on child abuse, and we'll have persons in the communities seeing what's happening, but they're not speaking out. So they would say, you know, let the police deal with that, let the social workers deal with that. But we won't know about it if they don't speak up. So that's one of the main challenges. But as an agency, we have tried to do our community walks to sensitize the communities, or sensitize the individuals of how they can go about making a report or bringing the situation to us. We've also gone into schools as well to sensitize the children so that they can bring their problems to us instead of depending on an adult.
Thank you. The importance of speaking up, right? The importance of shared responsibility is also important there. When we see something as our responsibility, then we feel more motivated to participate. If you think it's not your business, then you're going to leave it alone. And as Ms. Edwards aptly stated, sometimes I feel like that's the police's business, or that is, social worker business. But here, it is everybody's business. I know sometimes we're straying away from, usually we say it takes a village to raise a child, yes? But usually, whenever we do that, we step on people's toes, as we would say. But it's time for us to ensure that we're seeing this, and we're seeing this work as not just the work of the state, but everybody's business, and so get involved accordingly. So P.S. Jennings, from a policy and governance perspective, how is Jamaica strengthening pathways for social workers to transition from training into impactful careers, particularly within systems that require integrated service delivery across sectors? We talk about whole of government, etc. How is that being facilitated?
Okay, and from my presentation early this morning, I did contextualize it in the sense that we have a National Social Protection Strategy, and that is a policy that guides us in treating with the different components of social work intervention across the social spectrum. So we have the health sector, we have education, we have health, we have labor and social security, we have transport. And all of these policies, we can see an intersectoral linkage. And the social worker is positioned to provide the support to the vulnerable communities. We have the National Development Plan, Vision 2030. And in that, there is also a sector strategy where we can position the social workers in improving the lives of persons in the country. And so from a policy perspective, the policy guides the programs and the interventions that will support the various target groups, whether it's a child, family, a person with disability, the elderly person, and so on. We actually have a national policy for senior citizens within the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. We have a national disability policy, which is anchored in the Disabilities Act. We have the child policy that guides our interaction with programs such as the PATH programs. We have the youth policy, which also intersects with programs such as the social intervention program and other programs that the electronic labor exchange facilitates in providing job training, readiness, and also employment for persons. So it's quite a bit. I don't want to take up too much time.
Of course, and your presentation earlier was very much insightful. So thank you for that, P.S. Jennings. So what we're going to do right now, you've heard a lot of the insights being shared by our panelists. So what we're going to do is to open the floor If there are any questions or comments at this time, we will take them. Don't all go at once now. I know you have a lot of questions, so, we will open the floor now. So we have a question over here. And if you may just say your name and possibly the program you're in.
Good day, my name is Malika and I'm a first-year social work student. And my question stems from the statement. So many persons would discourage persons from going into the social services area because of the income. That is a huge thing that persons usually say. But we recognize how the social services area has been very impactful in the Jamaican society and even in the global society. And so my question is, what would you say to someone who is struggling to see how going into this field will not be a regret on their part regardless of the income?
Brilliant question.
If I may answer that, one of the things that I tell all my students is, you see, the level of flexibility that social work allows, you should be able to ensure that you are able to write a proposal. Right? I tell them it's more important to learn to write a proposal than a resume. Why? The issue that we are currently facing in Jamaica, and if even this disparaging comment that you face because you don't make enough money, whatever the case is because, number one, you have 90% of social work graduates who want to work at CPSFA and Ministry of Labour and Social Security. And that's a part of somewhat that is also the fault of us, the schools who have a social work. And the thing that I normally do is there's a director of social services that I think all students who are studying social work must get themselves acquainted with. That directory has both NGO and statutory organizations. 2, social work lends itself to being able to execute projects. In some instance, you have to approach organizations to say, look here, you need my service to help your staff to be able to cope in your organization because A, B, C, and D. And that is the way, it's similar to how you have the freelance movement in areas such as journalism, photography, and so. It is actually possible. Social work can be super enterprising and super entrepreneurial. It is just how the program is delivered, how the knowledge base that students are exposed to. But it's a whole heap of money that can actually be made from this profession.
Equally.
But don't try to get rich out of government. It's not designed for that purpose.
All right, it's a brilliant question and an equally brilliant response. Thank you for that, Mr. Harvey, and thank you for the question. So we have another question here, and then we have another one up top.
Good day. All right, so I do artificial intelligence. I'm at the school. I'm in second year. My name is Matthew Taylor. I'm going to ask you a question. How would artificial intelligence help your sector in terms of, your span and your reach in impacting lives and making you guys earn more money in the long run? Like, how could we help you guys in terms of artificial intelligence? What would you look for? What type of stuff could we implement to actually make your work easier? I guess your reach easier.
Well, where education is concerned, one of the challenges that many graduate students face is finding suitable placement. Many of the people who do the program are already working, sometimes within the field, sometimes not. So if we can get technology that can simulate some of the scenarios, the situations that they're going to have to manage, then that would be really helpful. Because in contexts where you need 600 hours or 300 hours in the field, then getting field experience can be diversified. It's not always, it doesn't only have to be about going to an actual office. But if part of the training could involve simulations, which AI can do very well, then I think that is an area that can be explored.
And among the simulation can also be actual simulation of sessions that students can actually watch. So simulation for them to be able to interact with an AI-based client, but also simulation of sessions that would have been uploaded. So it can be simulations from both sides.
You would like to go?
Yes, I'll just add that it helps with administrative efficiency. So you can utilize tools that can make the process simpler. And also in terms of your documentation and your report writing, it's also helpful there for social workers. So both in terms of the administrative efficiency as well as enhancing your decision making, there are predictive tools that can be used, algorithms that can help you in making your decisions.
All right, so we're hearing efficiency, predictive analytics, simulation, right? So we have another question here.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is David Morris Ellis. I completed my bachelor's in social work a few semesters ago at this very sweet university. All right, so I have two questions. One question is a two-part. So do we have a hotline, something similar to a hotline for persons to contact? All right, so for instance, I'm in my community and I have a witness or I am aware that a child is being molested, something where a social worker is needed. Do we have a social work hotline, like say 115, that we could call, maybe privately? Persons, nobody would know that we were the ones who call. Everybody in the community, everybody would be aware of the number to call and said, hey, I have a case where so-and-so, can you come by, can you do some investigation? Do we have a hotline?
Yes, we do. So it's 211. You can, well, it's free, it's toll free. So you dial 211, you'll be able to remain anonymous, or you can leave your name where you'll be able to follow up on the case. But if you remain anonymous, then you cannot call back and say what happened with this case or what's going on with this child, because we won't have your name or anything like that. So yes, we do have a line, which we're trying to get out there more.
All right, so the other part of the question basically have to do with how hidden 211 is. All right, so for the assistance that the ministry have provided, the same reason a lot of persons who are in need is very much unaware of how to get the help and the diverse or the various programs that can help them. I mean, you would have the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, which the part office particular, they have this program, the Public Assistance Division. And I mean, persons can get help with burial, with burying their family. I'm not sure if anybody is in here is aware of it. You can bury your loved ones who are not on the NIS, of course, with up to $75,000. And I am very sure 90% of Jamaican persons is not aware of this. And I mean, people need help. And so, just like how the 211 is hidden, I think those programs are hidden also. And we should maybe look into like a platform where you can maybe go on YouTube, and I mean all the help that is there. You can watch the videos, or I mean research and get the information within that platform for all the help that is available and open to people. Of course, some people are still going to be left out for persons who are not able to understand or comprehend simple tasks, maybe like online and stuff. All right, so for my final question, do we have a social work body? You know, like you'd have the taxi body and the nurse body and the and the teacher body. Do we have a social work body where we register and keep relevant? I mean, we could look jobs there, and any other thing to do with social work. We would in that body and seeing everything and aware of the entire body. Please, Miss Jennings, that question was for you.
Miss Jennings?
I wonder why you're asking me that one. But That's fine. Just to say, in terms of the Public Assistance Department and programs that the Ministry of Labor offers, we actually have that on our website, and we have the information, we have brochures and so on. But we are also moving to see how we can establish our Ministry of Labor social services, or services at the Ministry of Labor, both on the labor side and the Social Security division, so that persons can know that, you know, there are quite a number of programs that they can interface with. But for the funeral grant, it's not for everybody in Jamaica who dies, because of course, you know, that would be a budgetary consideration. It is for those who are actually in need, right? So in terms of the association, I am aware that there is a social work association. I think it's the National Jamaica Association of Social Workers, right? Right.
Right, it's the JASW, Jamaica Association of Social Workers. I'm actually surprised that they are not here today. One of the things, well, if they aren't, but one of the things that I would encourage UCC and every other similar tertiary institutions to do is to try to ensure that in social work practice 1, the students are introduced to 1, the code of ethics, and 2, 1 or 2 personnel from the JASW. Because I know you are predominantly exposed to the NASW, which is the National Association of Social Workers, but there are many aspects to the JASW inclusive of trying to ensure that the social work profession becomes a licensed profession. And I know they have other initiatives actually undertaken at this point in time. They also have registration drives for recent graduates, but I know that one of the things, as I said, there needs to be some conversation in terms of ensuring that they come to forums such as these and make themselves available for students to have conversations with.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Harvey. Insightful responses. So, final question. I see a hand here. So, final question, and then we will wrap up.
Hello? There's a question, but also I need to just point out that I'm Kenneth Barnes, the person in charge of the practicum at UCC. The thing is that I'm actually also one of the member of JASWA, the Executive Association in Jamaica, Jamaica Association of Social Workers. It was dormant, and now we work in resurrecting it. And today, why they are not here? Because they also have their week of activities celebrating International Social Work Month, which is this month, right? So that is one of the reasons they are not here. The thing is also, but I represent, because I'm part of the executive committee for networking, one of the vice president also, vice chair. But notwithstanding that, we embrace the interaction of the students, especially the persons who are placed in important agencies like, as the PS mentioned, Ministry of Labor, because I was able to also reach out to the National Council for Senior Citizens and get them to be one of the agencies now that we are placing persons at. Once it wasn't somewhere that we placed students regularly, but now we are able to be on the move to place students in various parishes throughout the island where there's an office for National Council for Senior Citizens. So I reach out to as far as Montego Bay to Portland or St. Thomas. We have interaction with those managers that we normally have placement for students now. But when we send off a letter for placement to the Ministry of Labor, we know it's a diverse entity. So persons can be placed for opportunity at N1, poor relief, the PAT program, you know, as I say, NIS, anywhere. So once we send out that and make that contact, sky's the limit for our interns.
Thank you.
Yes, yes,
Wow.
yes.
One of
Thank
the
you
things,
so much for sharing.
One of the things that I would want to encourage you to do is to resume or to initiate your Student Social Workers Association. I'm aware that it's a bit more dynamic in the online environment, but owing to the fact that you are in this forum here today, it means that you possibly will be able to meet at least once a month. That Student Social Workers Association of UCC would assist in many ways, including being that liaison between your student social work body and the larger association. Also could assist with the extending the tentacles of the reach of the UCC social work program by initiating several projects within the corporate area, wherever you realize that there's a social gap, a need for social intervention. So I'm urging you to do that. Right? So try as best as is possible, as much as it's feasible, to actually resume your Student Social Work Association body.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey. And can we give the panelists a round of applause, please? So much information was shared, resources, etc. So we're not leaving here empty-handed today, all right? Well, technically, not empty-handed. We would have gotten lots of insights. So at this time, what we're going to do is to present to our panelists with token of appreciation and thanks. So first, I'm going to invite Mrs. Donaldson to the floor to present Dr. Nicole Scott with a token of appreciation. So, Ms. Scott, you may stand, and Mrs. Donaldson will present a token for you today. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your busy schedule to join us today to engage in such a fruitful conversation. All right, so we invite Miss Andrea Hibbert to the floor to present Mr. Harvey with a token of appreciation. Mr. Harvey? Round of applause, please. Thank you so much. And now we invite Mrs. Maxine Watts to the floor to present Dr. Christian with a token of appreciation. Round of applause. Thank you so much. And we now invite Mrs. Melbourne Richards to the floor to present Miss Edwards a token of appreciation. Thank you. All right, we now invite Dr. Charles to present Mrs. Dion Jennings with her token of appreciation. Yes, again. I see you say again. Yes, again. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to be with us, not just this afternoon, but this morning as well. Thank you kindly.
I have to say something at this point, because I am truly, truly grateful that you're here. You have engaged us in discussions, you have shared experiences with us, and also motivated our social work students to go out there in the field and transform, right, and advocate for the vulnerable. And words cannot express my gratitude to you today. So this is just a small token of our appreciation. Thank you so much.
Round of applause. Thank you so much, and that brings our panel session to a close. So thank you again to our panelists. If you would like to exit the stage at this time, you may do so. And while our panelists exit the stage, I'm just going to check to see if Mr. Miles and Miss Smith are here. Shamoy Smith and Michaela Miles, are you here? Lovely. So you may make your way to the stage now to offer your introspective journey to forgiveness. Could we get a round of applause, please, to our students for being so bold and we're winding down, all right? Thanks to everyone here, everyone seated. Thanks for being here as well. You know, we really appreciate you taking the time to listen, to give your feedback, to voice your opinions. It is truly appreciated. You may go. Where are the microphones?
Hello everyone, I'm Shamoy Smith, a Practicum 1 student, and I'll be sharing my introspective journey to forgiveness, releasing the weight of unforgiveness, and the pain of carrying the burden. And how do I feel when unpacking the load? So forgiveness is often spoken about as a simple act, something that people should just do and move on from. However, the reality is that forgiveness is rarely simple. It is deeply personal and emotional process that requires reflection, honesty, and time. My introspective journey towards forgiveness has been shaped largely by my relationship with my father. It is a relationship that has carried pain, a lot of disappointments, and unresolved emotions for many years. So as I attempt to unpack the weight of unforgiveness, I realize how heavy the burden has been and how necessary it is to release it for my own healing. So growing up, my relationship with my father was never what I imagined it should be. Fathers are expected to provide protection, guidance, and emotional support. Yet my experiences with him have been complicated. The distance between us have not only been physical at times, but emotional as well. The person he is and the choices he has made have made it difficult for us to build a healthy relationship. His actions and repeated disappointments have created wounds that are not easily ignored nor forgotten. For a long time, I carried feelings of resentment and frustration towards him. These emotions often surfaced when I reflect on the many moments when I felt let down. So each disappointment added another layer to the weight I carry. At times, I questioned why things were the way they were and why the relationship I longed for with my father seemed out of reach. These thoughts created an emotional burden that quietly followed me through the different stages of my life. So as I began to reflect more deeply on forgiveness, I realized that holding on to unforgiveness was affecting me more than it was affecting him. The anger and hurt did not disappear simply because I ignored him. Instead, they remained within me, shaping my thoughts and emotions. Unpacking this load forced me to confront feelings that I had suppressed for a long time. It was uncomfortable, but it was also necessary. When I think about forgiving my father, I'm faced with a difficult reality. His actions, his continuous disappointments make forgiveness challenging. Each time I try to move forward, another experience can reopen that wound. This makes the process feel like a cycle, one where I attempt to let go, only to feel the weight return again. Yet, I have come to understand that forgiveness is not about excusing harmful behavior or pretending that the pain never happened. Instead, forgiveness is about freeing myself from the emotional burden of holding on to resentment. One of the most difficult realizations in this journey is accepting that my father is who he is. While I may wish that he was different, that is something I cannot control. He is still my father, and that is a reality that will never change. Accepting this truth has helped me shift my perspective. Rather than holding on to expectations that may never be fulfilled, I'm learning to focus on what I can control, which is my response, my healing, and my ability to move forward. Unpacking the load of unforgiveness has been both painful and liberating. On one hand, it requires revisiting experiences that have caused hurt. On the other hand, it provides an opportunity to release emotions that have been carried for far too long. As I reflect on this process, I realize that forgiveness is not a single moment, but a continuous journey. Some days it feels easier, while on other days the weight feels heavier. Despite the challenges, I am choosing to move towards forgiveness. This decision is not based on whether my father changes or whether our relationship becomes what I once hoped it would be. Instead, it is based on my desire for peace. Carrying resentment only prolongs the pain, while forgiveness offers the possibility of emotional freedom. Through this introspective journey, I have learned that forgiveness is ultimately an act of self-care. It allows me to release the burden of anger and disappointment and to create space for healing. While my relationship with my father may never be perfect, I'm learning that I do not have to allow the pain associated with it to define me. By unpacking the weight of unforgiveness, I'm slowly making room for understanding, acceptance, and growth. This journey is still ongoing, but each step towards forgiveness lightens the load that I have been carrying. Thank you.
Thank you. This journey to forgiveness, it's not an easy one. And so we have to applaud individuals who decide to move on. And I heard a word, peace. So we've heard self-love, but the peace of mind that you get is second to none, right? So thank you again. Another student reflection. I'd like to ask at this time if Miss Miller is here. Kiana Miller? Miller? She's online. Okay, I'm hearing she's online. Will someone facilitate her? Okay, she's in Montego Bay, I'm hearing. So she's online, so perhaps she'll be unmuted. Dr. Charles is checking. But you know, as we wind down and as we see if Miss Miller is available, Okay, so we're just doing some checks, all right? So give us a few moments, please. Okay, so we are going to proceed, and hopefully we can catch up with Miss Miller at another time because her reflection is indeed valuable to the discussion as well. So as we bring today's symposium to a close, allow me to leave you with this reflection. Social work is not simply a profession, as we've seen demonstrated here today, nor is social service. What it is a commitment to justice, to dignity, and to the belief that every individual deserves the opportunity to thrive. In Jamaica, where social challenges are often complex and deeply rooted, the role of our social worker extends beyond service delivery. It becomes one of advocacy, systems reform, and nation building. We have spoken today about justice. We have spoken and explored solidarity. We have emphasized shared responsibility. But the real question is this: what happens when we leave this room? Ask yourself, what will happen when I leave this room? Because transformation does not only occur in symposiums alone or, presentations. It happens in communities, in institutions, in our homes, and in every decision that we make. So I leave you with this. We cannot reimagine social work if we are not prepared to reconstruct systems, if we're not prepared to become uncomfortable, if we're not prepared to challenge inequities and act with intention. If Jamaica is to move forward, it will not be by chance. It will be because social worker and individual in these social spaces contributing to policy and practice. It will be because we choose every single day to turn compassion into action and action into lasting change. With that said, thanks again for being here. But before we wrap up, I will invite Dr. Alicia Charles to deliver the vote of thanks. Thank you kindly for having me as your moderator.
Thank you, Dr. Blake. Hasn't Dr. Blake been an awesome, awesome moderator? Yes. Okay, so hasn't it been a beautiful, beautiful day? Wonderful discussions, learning experiences, and of course our students and their presentations and performances today made our social work symposium an amazing one. I am truly pleased with our program today and the participation of all who came to share their time with us. So on behalf of the School of Behavioral Sciences, Humanities, and Law, I extend our heartfelt thanks to each of you for your invaluable participation in this our annual Social Work Symposium. Special thanks to our Honorable Minister, Donovan Williams, Minister of State in the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, and Mrs. Dion Jennings, Acting Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. And of course, Mrs. Jennings brought her team to be with us today. And I don't know how many of you passed by the booth outside in the lobby, right? If you had any questions or needed information, they also provided a booth for us today. We also want to thank our president, Professor Colin Giles, for his participation and welcome. Our Associate Vice President for Academic Affairs, Professor Sheila Paul, who just stepped out if you don't know her. Our specially invited guests and practicum partners who took time out to be with us today. We are truly, truly grateful for your presence and your participation. We had Child Protection and Family Services Agency, Child Protection and Family Services Agency representatives here with us today. And we also have a booth as well. When you step outside, you can ask questions. This symposium was actually very student-centered for the social work students as well as students from the other schools within the university. We also like to thank our panelists, Dr. Nicole Scott from the Michael University College, Dr. Daniel Christian, who is a child diversion mentor and assistant professor, East Carolina University, Ms. Anissa Edwards, children's officer from the Child Protection and Family Services Agency, Mr. Sean Harvey, guidance counselor for the Salvation Army School for the Blind. Your presence, engagement, and insightful contributions have made this event both meaningful and impactful. Through your presentations, discussions, and shared experiences, you have enriched our collective understanding of the critical issues faced in the field of social work today. The depth of knowledge and passion demonstrated here, and our students showed such passion for this field. And I had to add that. It came out in their presentations and their performances. It was very heartwarming to see our future social workers who will be out there in the field. So this here truly reflects the commitment of professionals dedicated to fostering social justice, empowerment, and community well-being. We are especially grateful for the time, effort, and expertise you invested in preparing and delivering such performances and presentations. Your active involvement and willingness to engage in dialogue have created a vibrant and collaborative learning environment. As we conclude, we trust that the knowledge shared and the connections made will continue to inspire motivation, innovation, advocacy, and excellence in your field of social work and your affairs of influence. Social workers, I want to leave you with this thought. Social workers change lives. Social workers change lives. So, to our social work students, go out, empower, enhance, advocate, and create meaningful impact. Thank you once again for your participation and for contributing to the success of this symposium. I would also like to thank, and very importantly, our IT department, yes, our marketing department, and of course, our coordinators, or program coordinators within the School of Behavioral Sciences, Humanities, and Law. Please give them a round of applause. Yes, a lot of hard work behind the scenes and on the day has gone into putting this symposium together. And last but not least, Dr. Blake, our moderator. I have something, a special token for you. Thank you. You have really engaged our audience today, and your passion came out as well. A passion for social work, for that field. And we're truly grateful that you took time out and spent the day with us and added such wealth of knowledge as well in your role as moderator. So I just want to thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, all the best for the rest of the day. We look forward. We want to... Oh, Mr. Barnes.
I was planning to do it with a bigger audience, but I need to share with you that I have two students who are going through very difficult time now. One that Mr. Trump had enlisted a Jamaican husband of my student into the Navy and sent him right away to Middle East. And this student was distraught, totally. I had to call my class and arrange a prayer for her. Today I wanted also to send the same message. And then I have a student who is also having lupus, and is going through difficult time also. So I don't recognize just the bright light thing. I have to recognize also my students who are going through a lot of suffering at this time, you know. And I'm actually can say I'm grateful that the university has taken over the symposium, which I have started last year. And, you know, that's a good thing, you know. And we all have to build things that somebody can see as a good product to continue with. So we just that. But we wanted for us to stand and just let us say a word of prayer for these two persons, please. Yeah, we cannot end without them. I think one person is there. She's right here, and she wanted us to do a piece too, but I wasn't here for that to be done. I just asked her to say goodbye.
Okay, let us pray. Father, even now, we bring before you Natalia and Shanaki. Lord, you are the one who knows the details of their soul's journey at this time and their spirits. Father, we ask, oh God, that you will have mercy upon them and even bring forth your healing virtue to the circumstances that they face at this time. We thank you, mighty God, that you are the one who is able to connect with their loved ones and even their personal aches at this time. And so as a body, we present them before you, mighty God. You are the balm of Gilead. You are the one who heals. You are the physician who connects with us, spirit, soul, and body. And so we bring these situations before you. We ask for your intervention and your loving touch. And we thank you, Father, that you are not far, but you are very near. Your word says you are near to those who are brokenhearted. And so we pray even now that you will, by your Holy Spirit, comfort Natalia and Shanaki, we ask, and minister your healing virtue to them and the support that they will need at this time. We ask it in Jesus' name.
Very good.
Okay, so thank you so much for coming. Have a lovely rest of the day, and remember to keep our students in your prayers as well outside of the room. All right, thank you, everyone.